Attention, participants in the women's long jump for flight 2, you can return to the pit at this time if you've left. Again, participants in the women's long jump for flight 2, you can return to the pit at this time. Thank you. So we'll give you an update in the women's long jump. Latamara Weeks of Bryant and Stratton out of Virginia, your top mark so far at 5.12 meters. That's 16 feet, 9 3/4 of an inch. Lee Testa of UNC Asheville, second best mark at 5.02 meters. That's 16 feet, 5 3/4 of an inch. And Lexi Crompton of High Point, third best mark at 4.85 meters, 15 feet, 11 inches. We are in the first flight. Looks like they're on their third attempts or third jumps. Also, an update in the men's discus throw. Ryan Davis of East Carolina, your current leader at 49.64 meters. That is 162 feet, 10 inches. Logan Carroll, his teammate, also of East Carolina, second best mark at 46.35 meters, 152 feet. And then Solomon McDonald of UNC Asheville, third best mark so far at 43.29 meters, 142 feet. Looks like they're also on their. Looks like they're in their second throws or attempts. This is a second call, women's high jump, second call, women's high jump. Current track time is 9:30. That event scheduled to go off at 10 a.m. Attention, we need the women javelin throwers who are participating in Flight 2. Please report to the venue at this time if you are not already there. Again, participants in the women's javelin throw for Flight 2, you need to report at this time. Thank you. And we'll give you an update in the men's long jump. Looks like your leader, Jaden Napier of VMI, best mark at 6.23 meters, 20 feet, 5 1/4 of an inch. Jalen Jackson Fair of Old Dominion, second best mark at 6.16 meters, that's 20 feet, 2.5 inches. And Ian Hoffman of UMBC, your third best mark at 6.13 meters, 20 feet, 1.5 inches. At this time, participants in flight 3 of the women's long jump, you can return to the pit. Again, participants in flight 3 of the women's long jump, you can report to the pit at this time. Thank you. Attention, want to make the announcement that we will be on a rolling schedule today due to weather, potential weather. So please keep that in mind as we go out through the day, especially when we start our running events. We will be on a rolling schedule. So please make sure you listen in case we have any calls or we need athletes to check in. Thank you. So it looks like Flight 2 has finished in the men's long jump. Your top mark in Flight 2 held by Lamar Davis of Morgan State at 6.79 meters. That's 22 feet, 3.5 inches. That is actually the best mark in the competition. Second best mark held by Shamar Miller of Benedict at 6.63 meters, 21 feet, 9 inches. And your third best mark held by Derek Robinson, also of Morgan State, at 6.58 meters, 21 feet, 7.25 of an inch. So those are your results for Flight 2 of the men's long jump. Flight 2 of the women's long jump, my apologies, Madison Reynolds holds your top mark of high point at 5.38 meters. That is 17 feet, 8 inches. Second best mark held by Elantra Mines of Morgan State at 5.26 meters, 17 feet, 3.25 of an inch. And Brianna Moore of Asheville, UNC Asheville, third best mark at 5.16 meters, 16 feet, 11.25 of an inch. So those are your results or your updated marks for Flight 2 of the women's long jump. In the men's discus throw, still Ryan Davis of East Carolina at that 52.18 meters. That's 171 feet, 2 inches. Logan Carroll of East Carolina at 47.59 meters. That's 156 feet, 1 inch. And then Solomon McDonald of UNC Asheville, third best mark at 44.21 meters, 145 feet. So it looks like they've done all 6 of their attempts or 6 throws. So those are your unofficial results for the men's discus throw. This is a first call for women's discus. First call, women's discus. Please report to your venue at this time. For the women's long jump, flight 3 underway. Your top mark so far in flight 3, held by Alicia Dawson of High Point, 6.12 meters. That's 20 feet 1 inch. Second best mark held by Tia Jackson of Morgan State at 5.87 meters, 19 feet 3 and a quarter of an inch. And Savannah Glover of Benedict, your third best mark at 5.75 meters, which is 18 feet 10 and a half inches. So flight 3 underway. And actually, I believe that was the last jump in flight 3. It looks like so. Looks like all 3 flights are completed for the women's long jump. Attention as we prepare and get ready today for our relay events. We need relay teams to please show up at clerking with a completed relay card. Again, relay teams, you need to show up at clerking with a completed relay card. If you do not have a relay card, there are blank relay cards at the clerking tent. Thank you. Shamar Miller of Benedict on his final jump has taken the lead. 6.94 meters, 22 feet, 9 1/4 of an inch. So it's Miller with the best mark. Looks like Robinson of Morgan State, 6.79 meters. That was on his fifth jump, 22 feet, 3 1/2 inches. And Lamar Davis of Morgan State, currently the third best mark, and his 6.79 meters, 22 feet, 3 1/2 inches. That was on his first jump. So your top three in the men's long jump. And in the men's discus throw, completed your top three in third place with a mark of 44.21 meters, 145 feet. Solomon McDonald from UNC Asheville. Your runner up in second with a mark of 47.59 meters. That's 156 feet, 1 inch. Logan Carroll from East Carolina. And your winner of the men's discus throw with a mark of 52.18 meters. That's 171 feet, 2 inches from East Carolina, Ryan Davis. At this time, we need men and women steeplechase participants, 3,000 meter steeplechase participants. Please report to the clerk's tent. Men and women's 3,000 meter steeplechasers, please report to the clerk's tent at this time. At this time, men's triple jump can check in. We need all men's triple jump participants. Please check in at this time. At this time, the track is now closed for warm-ups. We need all athletes to please clear the track as we prepare for our first running event, the 3,000-meter steeplechase. At this time, the track is now closed. We need all athletes to please clear the track for warm-ups. Thank you. The men's long jump completed your top three marks. In third place with a mark of 6.79 meters, 22 feet 3.5 inches from Morgan State, Derek Robinson. Your runner-up in second with a mark of 6.79 meters, also 22 feet 3.5 inches, Lamar Davis of Morgan State. And your winner of the men's long jump with a mark of 6.94 meters, that is 22 feet 9.25 inches, Shamar Miller from Benedict. This is a second call, second call. We do need men's triple jump. Please report to your venue. Second call for men's triple jump. Please report to your venue at this time. Also, this is a first call for women's triple jump. Please report to the pit at this time. First call, women's triple jump. Please report to the pit at this time. Thank you. Again, the track needs to be cleared. Again, everybody needs to clear the track unless you are participating. So we do need athletes and spectators. You need to be in the stands at this time. Please make sure you clear the track at this time. Thank you. This is a final call, men's javelin, final call, men's javelin. Please report to your venue at this time. At this time, this is a first call for women's 4x1. First call, women's 4x1. Please report to the clerk's tent. As a reminder, please make sure you bring your relay card completed when you come to the clerk's tent. If you do not have a relay card, there are blank ones in the clerk's tent. So this is a first call, women's 4x1. Please report at this time. This is a first call men's high jump. First call men's high jump. At this time, men's steeplechase should be at the clerk's tent at this time. Men's steeplechase should be at the clerk's tent at this time. That is the next running event up, and that's a good segue to our first running event of the day. It is the women's 3,000-meter steeplechase. Three athletes in this race. It'll be Rachel Working of Radford, Tessa Webb of High Point, and Kaylin Bond of Radford. Rachel Working of Radford, your leader, followed by her teammate Bond of Radford, and then Webb of High Point. So So less than 4 remaining. Again, it's working from Radford. She is wearing chest number 1. Bond from Radford wearing number 3. So that's your 1-2 working, coming off the turn now and going down the back straightaway. Bond about midway through the curve, about to go on the back straightaway. And then Webb from High Point now about to go midway through the curve. Again, all athletes, they have less than 4 remaining. This is the women's 3,000-meter steeplechase. We need all 4x1 teams, men and women. You should be in the clerking area at this time. Again, as a reminder, make sure you bring your relay card completely filled out. There are blank ones in the clerk's tent if you need one. So this is a final call. We need all 4x1 teams, both men and women. You should be in the clerk's tent at this time. We'll go ahead and give you your top 3. Give you your top 3 in the women's javelin throw. In third place with a mark of 34.33 meters, 112 feet 7 inches from UNC Asheville, it was Maya Stanley. Your runner-up in second place with a mark of 39.68 meters, 130 feet 2 inches from East Carolina, Rebecca Berquist. And your winner of the women's javelin throw with a mark of 39.69 meters, 130 feet 2 inches from East Carolina, Ansley Frady. Still, Rachel working of Radford midway through the back straightaway. She's about to go over the barrier, and she'll be approaching her water barrier. Once she comes around, she'll be going to Bell Lap. And it is working, going to Bell Lap. Bond, also of Radford, coming down the front straightaway. She'll be going to Bell Lap as well. Rachel working over the final water barrier. She now comes off the turn and down the home straightaway. That is Webb of High Point now. She is going on her bell lap, but it is Rachel working. She'll win the women's 3,000-meter steeplechase. Working's time, 10:49.82. Bond of Raffer in at 11:24.94. And Webb will take third at 12:05.64. Current track time is 11:13. In 15 minutes, we will start the men's javelin throw. We need all men's javelin participants. You need to report at this time. 15-minute start time. Current track time is 11:14 now. We'll have a start of the men's javelin throw. We need all participants in the men's javelin throw. Please report to your venue at this time. Thank you. And clean start on the track. This is the men's 3,000 meter steeplechase. This is a final call. We do need all 4x1 teams that are planning to run today. They need to be in the clerking area at this time. This is a final call. All 4x1 teams need to be in the clerking area. That's the white clerking tent at this time. Please report if you are not there. Thank you.
This yellow team sucks. God dang. Who they coach? Coach need to get fired. Recruiting suck. Got just a black man by himself. By himself. Goddamn. Black man versus a group bunch of white people. Just like real society. Yep. Right. Oh! Are they getting faster as the laps go? Come on, brother. Come on, brother. Hey, I ain't gonna lie, my mom used to say that all the time. She used to be like, why the black man can't be the Red Ranger?
He said they had some more to put on that song.
And your leader, Sage Turner of UNC Asheville.
They just want to be this.
Hello? Hello? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. All right, come on, black man. Don't finish last. So, I'm gonna tell you this right now.
John Kiprich of UNC Asheville now takes the lead. So Kiprich and Turner, your 1-2. It looks like Jake Tarosky of High Point in third. And then Aiden Morrison of High Point in fourth. So UNC Asheville going 1-2, High Point going 3-4 as they come down the front straightaway. Looks like they'll have 3 laps remaining as Kiprich with about a 2-meter lead on Turner, Morrison, and Tarosky.
But I mean, nowadays, shoot, now it's a bunch of black shows now. Y'all watch The Falcon and the Winter Soldier? Oh, you ain't finished it? I ain't even gonna mess it up for you.
Less than 2 remaining. It is still John Kiprich of UNC Asheville. As he comes off the turn, goes down the back straightaway. 2 athletes from High Point going 2-3, giving chase. That's Tarosky in second, Morrison in third.
But they're supposed to be doing it. They're supposed to have a new show with the backstory. It's gonna start with Kanan, but they show them as well. That's the only thing about Power I didn't like. They used to say a lot of stuff, but they never showed you flashbacks. Yeah, they never showed you flashbacks. Let me come to this.
This is a final call. Final call. All 4x1 men's teams should be in clerking. Final call. All 4x1 teams should be in clerking. Less than a 300 to go. Looks like we're shaping up to have a good battle as they go down the back straightaway. That is Kiprich of UNC Asheville. Tarosky and Morrison giving chase in 2-3 from High Point. Right there as they get ready to go to their final water barrier. As now that is Morrison making a move on the outside of Kiprich. It's Kiprich, Morrison, and then Tarosky as they sprint down the home straightaway. Aiden Morrison of High Point as they pick it up. Kiprich now, he makes a move and goes on the inside. Great surge by John Kiprich of UNC Asheville. Morrison made that surge about midway through the straightaway, but it will be Kiprich to win it. Kiprich's time, 9:32.95. Morrison of High Point, he'll take second, 9:33.16. And then Jake Tarosky of High Point will take third, 9:34.07. So that'll be your top three in the men's 3,000 meter steeplechase. And we'll give you an update in the women's discus throw. Maya Stanley of UNC Asheville, your leader at 41.95 meters. That's 137 feet, 7 inches. Kristen Stickdorn of Monroe College, second best mark at 39.39 meters, 129 feet, 2 inches. And then Amanda Scattergood of High Point, your third best mark, 39.27 meters, 128 feet, 10 inches. At this time, we are combining the women's 4x1. We had two scheduled heats. We're going to combine those into one heat. So we need all women's 4x1 teams. Please report to the track at this time. So again, we are combining heats 1 and 2. So we need all women's 4x1 teams. Please report to the track at this time. So on the track, as mentioned, we combined heats 1 and 2 for the women's 4x1. So we'll give you your lane assignments. It'll be Delaware State in lane 2. Radford will be in lane 3. North Carolina Central in lane 4. High Point will be in lane 5. UNC Asheville will be in lane 6. Elon will be in lane 7. And UMBC will be in lane 8. And we'll go over the lane assignments again. It'll be Delaware State in 2, Radford in 3, Central, North Carolina Central will be in 4, High Point in 5, UNC Asheville in 6, Elon will be in 7, and UMBC in lane 8. We'll go ahead and start getting a zone check if we could have a flag. So zone 1 is not ready. Zone 2 is not ready. Zone 3 is ready. So now it looks like zone 1 is ready. Like zone 1, 2, and 3 are ready. Mr. Starter, you can start when you get a chance. And we're off. It looks like it'll be just Radford in 3, High Point in 5, UNC Asheville in 6, Elon in 7, UMBC in lane 8. As they come around, they go to the first exchange, second leg. High Point, UNC Asheville out well as we go to third leg. Still UNC Asheville. High Point now coming up in lane 5 as we go to anchor. And actually, Radford out well in lane 3. Had a little trouble with the exchange. High Point trying to come up is Radford in lane 3. High Point comes up in lane 5 as they go to the line. Now High Point takes the lead. Tight as they go to the line, but it will be High Point to win it. This is a first call, women's 1,500 meters. Please report to the clerk's tent. First call, women's 1,500 meters. Please report to the clerk's tent. And it will be High Point. They'll win it 48.30. Radford will take second at 48.43. UNC Asheville will take third, 48.85, with UMBC in at fourth, 49.03. This is a second call, men's high jump. Second call, men's high jump. This is a final call for the girls 1500, women's, 1500 meter run. Final call, women's 1500 meter run, men's 1500 meter run. You can start reporting at this time to the white clerk's tent. And we have combined the two heats, or we have combined the heats for the men's 4x1. Looks like we'll have our scheduled teams. It'll be Morgan State in lane 3. Roanoke will be in lane 4. UNC Asheville in lane 5. VMI will be in lane 6. Old Dominion in lane 7. And Howard will be in lane 8. So, again, Morgan State in 3, Roanoke in 4, UNC Asheville in 5, VMI in 6, Old Dominion in 7, and Howard in lane 8. Your lane assignments for the men's 4x1. Quick update in the men's triple jump. Jordan Palmer, unattached, your current leader at 14.10 meters, 46 feet 3 1/4 of an inch. Nathaniel R. of Howard, second best mark at 12.76 meters, 41 feet 10 1/2 inches. And Isaiah Rozier of St. Augustine's, your third best mark, 12.65 meters, 41 feet 6 inches. So we'll go ahead and get a zone check. If you can put flags up, looks like zone 1 is not ready. Zone 2 is not ready, and zone 3, so we're still waiting on zones.
Now, can you recall those lane assignments again?
So it will be Morgan State in lane 3, Roanoke will be in 4, UNC Asheville in lane 5, VMI will be in lane 6, Old Dominion in lane 7, and Howard will be in lane 8. So it looks like zone 3 is ready. Zone 2 is ready, and zone 1 is ready. Ms. Starter, it's on you. And they're off. Morgan State, Roanoke, UNC Asheville, VMI, Old Dominion, and Howard as they come around as we go to the first exchange, second leg. I believe that's UNC Asheville in lane 5 as we go to third leg. And that is UNC Asheville in the blue as we go to anchor. Morgan State out there too as well. Now they have a slight lead as we go to anchor. They're in lane 3. So Morgan State, UNC Asheville, and it will be Morgan State. They'll win it. Morgan State, 41.07. UNC Asheville in its second at 41.56. Howard will take third, 41.97, with VMI in at 42.25. Roanoke in at 42.76. As you see the replay on the board, UNC Asheville with the slight lead going into anchor, but then as they went to anchor, Morgan State's anchor leg pulled away. As you see the great replay on the board. At this time, women's triple jump flight 2, you can report to the pit. Women's triple jump flight 2, you can now report to the pit. Thank you. And an update in the women's triple jump, your top mark held by Alexis Lachey of Morgan State, 11.58 meters. That is 38 feet even. Mallory Haney of UNC Asheville, second best mark at 11.01 meters, 36 feet 1.5 inches. And Catherine Brown of UNC Asheville, third best mark at 11 meters, 36 feet 1.25 of an inch. And on the track, this is the women's 1,500 meter run. Aaliyah Moore of Monroe College, your early leader, leading the pack. Heinz of High Point now takes over. So it is Heinz of High Point, your leader. And we go to Bell Lap. That is Heinz of High Point. Believe that's Stanford of Howard in second. Believe Bagus of High Point in third. And with the 150 to go, that is Heinz of High Point now getting ready to come off the turn now, down the home straightaway. Stanford of Howard in second. Bagus of High Point in third. Heinz of High Point will win it 4:27.38. It was Destiny Stanford of Howard in at second at 4:31.52. Melanie White of Howard in at third at 4:37.68. Your top three in the women's 1,500 meter run. We do have several heats, so this would be several sections, I should say. That was section 1. Next up will be section 2. Section 2 underway of the women's 1,500 meter run. Rihanna Kambimbi of UMBC, your early leader, wearing hip number 6. Lindsay Ickles of High Point taking over. Kambimbi of UMBC drops back to second. Ansley Eckert of Radford in third now, going around the outside of shoulder of Kambimbi. Still Less than 2 laps remaining for Lindsay Ickes of High Point. So Ickes, Eckert, and actually now Eckert moving up to second. So Eckert now in second. Ickes still your leader going into the 200. Believe that might be either Wellings or Gardner in third place, or now moving on the outside, now going back up to second. Less than a lap to go. They'll be approaching 300 to go. It's still Eckes from High Point.
Could we please have a final call? All men's 1500 should be in checking.
This is a final call. Final call. All men's 1,500 meter runners should be in the clerk's area. Final call. All men's 1,500 meter runners, you should be in the clerk's area at this time. It's still Lindsay Eckes of High Point. Ansley Eckert of Radford in second. I believe that might be either, as mentioned, Wellings or Gardner in third. We'll figure out which one as they go across the start or the finish line. Kimbembe trying to make a push for that third place. Is going to be tight as they go to the line. As it looks like that was Wellings that took third for Radford. We'll get your times in a second. And it is Eckes from High Point to win at 440.85. Ansley Eckert from Radford will take second at 446.47. And it was Chloe Wellings of Radford taking third. We have a clean start for Section 3 of the women's 1,500 meter run. So early in Section 3, it is Sarah Foreman of SCAD Savannah, followed by Leah Given of UNC Asheville, and then Anisha Ingram of Alabama A&M. Still Foreman coming down the front straightaway. Ingram now moves to second. They'll have 2 laps remaining. Section 3 of the women's 1,500-meter run. Foreman, Ingram coming down the front straightaway. They'll be going to Bell Lap. Attention, warm-ups for the women's pole vault has begun. So women participants in the women's pole vault, you can report to the runway. Again, warm-ups for the women's pole vault has begun. You can report to the runway at this time. It's still Sarah Foreman of SCAD Savannah as she gets ready to go into the final 200. Ingram of Alabama A&M giving chase in second. Now she is into her final 200. Corey McVeigh of UNC Asheville in third. But it looks like it'll be Foreman coming down the home straightaway. Looks like she will win the third section of the women's 1,500-meter run. Foreman's time, 4:55.16. Ingram of Alabama A&M will take second, 5:04.06. And then Corey McVeigh of UNC Asheville will take third, 5:10.37. Your top 3 in Section 3. This is a second call for women's 100-meter hurdles. Please report to clerking. And also, this is a first call for men's 110 high hurdles. So second call, women's 100-meter hurdles. First call, men's 110 high hurdles. Section 4 on the track. Or actually, excuse me, this is the first section, my apologies, of the men's 1,500 meter run.
Make sure that everybody, when they come through, are getting their spikes checked. Everybody should have an orange tag on each shoe.
Reagan Kimatai of North Carolina A&T, your leader, followed by Enoch Kimutai of Monroe College. Enoch Kimutai of Monroe College now takes the lead. Reagan Kimtai of North Carolina A&T drops back to second. Looks like that's Kyle Harkabus, from Liberty. Followed by Mussman of Liberty, as now looks like Mussman now goes up. I believe that's Mussman goes up as we go to Bell Lap. So the two Liberty athletes take off from the rest of the pack. That is Jeremiah Mussman. And now coming up on his outside shoulder, that's Kyle Harkabus, as Harkabus takes the lead now going into the 200. So with a 150 to go, section 1 of the men's 1,500 meters, it'll be Kyle Harkabus from Liberty now coming down the home straightaway. Jeremiah Mussman of Liberty will take second. I believe that's Joe Spitzer from Liberty now coming up. So Spitzer will take second. As it'll be, looks like a Liberty sweep, 1, 2, and 3. As it's Harkabus in at 3:52.25. Spitzer takes second at 3:54.25, and Mussman will take third at 3:55.07. Your top three in section 1 of the men's 1,500 meter run. This is a final call for women's 100-meter hurdles. Final call, women's 100-meter hurdles. Second call for men's 110 high hurdles. Second call for men's 110 high hurdles. And first call for the women's 100-meter dash. First call, women's 100-meter dash. Please report to clerking. Daniel Hopkins of UNC Asheville leads the pack as they go down the back straightaway. Zachary Taylor of UMBC, followed by Morris Kimball of North Carolina A&T State University. Tightly bunched, though, as they come down the front straightaway. Should have a good one as we get ready to go to Bell Lap. It'll be anybody's race. Still Hopkins, then Taylor and Kimball. And actually now they'll be going into Bell Lap. So Taylor now takes the lead. Kimball tucked in right behind him with Hopkins in third. Now it looks like we have a move in fourth. We'll try to identify that athlete, white top, black shorts, as he makes a move down the back straightaway. That is Joshua Daggett competing unattached, going all the way to second, giving chase to Taylor from UMBC in first as they go into the final 200. So Taylor and Daggett, followed by Kimball and then Hopkins. And as they come off the turn now down the home straightaway, Taylor on the inside, Daggett on the outside. As they are shoulder to shoulder, Daggett with a slight lead. Now Daggett with about a meter or two lead as he tries to open it up. So it is Daggett, Taylor, Hopkins, and then that's Chen coming up to get fourth with then Kimball. As it will be Daggett to win at 358.46. Taylor from UMBC will take second at 359.08. Hopkins of UNC Asheville will take third at 4.33, with Chen in at 4:02.32 and Kimball in at 4:02.46. Final section on the track for the men's 1,500-meter run. Nathaniel Edwards of UNC Asheville, Jordan Richardson of North Carolina A&T State University, your top two. So Edwards of UNC Asheville, Richardson of North Carolina A&T, and on his inside, Andrew Ocon of UNC Asheville. That is your top three. They'll have 2 laps remaining. Setting up to be another good finish. You see your top 3 coming down the front straightaway. They'll be going to Bell Lap. It is now Jordan Richardson of A&T now taking the lead. Ocon of UNC Asheville moves to second, with Edwards tucked right there in the third as they go to Bell Lap. Ocon now takes the lead. Richardson drops back to second. That is your top 2 as they get ready to come off the turn down the back straightaway. Richardson comes right back now and takes the lead, picks it up, picks the pace up about midway through the back straightaway. They'll get ready to go into the final 200. Richardson, Ocon. And that will be Jordan Richardson coming off the turn now down the home straightaway. Movement, that is Jacob Alexander from SCAD Savannah trying to make it interesting. Ocon comes right back, tries to go past Richardson. Don't count out as it's tight for second. Looks like it will be Andrew Ocon to win it. 4:10:18. Jacob Alexander from SCAD Savannah with a huge kick to get second. 4:10.49. Jordan Richardson of North Carolina A&T State University will take third. 4:10.54. Your top 3 in the final section of the men's 1,500-meter run. Go ahead and give you your top 3 in the women's high jump. It was Mariah O'Malley of Elon to win it at 1.70 meters, 5 feet 7 inches. Messiah Rose of Morgan State, your in second with 1.65 meters, 5 feet 5 inches. And then Taylor Tinsley of Radford, your third place finisher with 1.50 meters, 4 feet 11 inches. Your top 3 in the women's high jump. Update in the men's triple jump, Flight 2. From Flight 2, Kobe Jordan Rooms of Morgan State, your top mark at 14.53 meters. That is 47 feet 8 inches. Keandre Midget of VMI, second best mark at 14.19 meters, 46 feet 6 3/4 of an inch. And your third best mark held by Jordan Palmer out of the first flight at 14.10 meters, 46 feet 3 1/4 of an inch. Flight 2 underway for the women's triple jump. From Flight 2, Taylor Moncrief of East Carolina, your best mark at 11.86 meters, 38 feet 11 inches. Lachey from Morgan State still holds the second best mark at 11.58 meters, 38 feet. She was in the first flight. And then Claudia Prito of UNC Asheville, third best mark so far at 11.33 meters, 37 feet, 2.25 of an inch. And coming up momentarily, we'll have the start of the women's 100-meter hurdle prelims. Looks like it'll be 5 scheduled heats. Top 8 times will qualify for the finals. Scheduled participants in Heat 1 are to be Smalls from Howard in Lane 1. Myers from Monroe College will be in Lane 2. Stith from East Carolina will be in 3. Sandy from East Carolina will be in Lane 4. Hankton from Liberty will be in Lane 5. Tinsley from Morgan State in Lane 6. Delaney from UNC Asheville will be in Lane 7, and Newkirk from Winston-Salem State in Lane 8. So those are your scheduled participants in Heat 1. This is a final call, men's 110 high hurdles, final call, 110 high hurdles. This is a second call for all 100-meter dash runners, and a first call for women's 400-meter dash. Again, please report to the clerk's tent. And they're off Smalls, Myers, Stith, Sandy, Tinsley, Delaney. And that looks like lane 4. That is Alyssa Sandy of East Carolina. And it will be Sandy to win Heat 1. Sandy's time, 14.20. Stith, also of East Carolina, will take second at 14.66, with Tinsley of Morgan State taking third, 14.83. Next up will be Heat 2. Imezarite from UMBC will be in lane 1. Barnett from Bryant and Stratton will be in lane 2. Reynolds from High Point in lane 3. Facey from High Point in lane 4. McMillan from East Carolina will be in 5. Parks from East Carolina in lane 6. Fungloy from Liberty will be in lane 7. And Black from Shaw will be in lane 8, your scheduled participants. And they're off. Barnett, Reynolds, Facey, McMillan, Parks, and Black. And that looks like Naeli Facey of High Point in lane 4. Facey will win it 13.77 meters, win Heat 2, I should say. McMillan, also of East Carolina, will take second at 14.61, with Reynolds of High Point taking third, 15.02. As we'll move to Heat 3. This is Heat 3 of 5. We'll take our top 8 times. We'll qualify for the finals. So Heat 3, your scheduled participants, Gale from Shaw in 1, Sanchez from Elon in 2, Chapman from East Carolina in 3, Dunbar from Howard will be in 4, Clark from Elon in lane 5, Brown from UNC Asheville will be in 6, Jeffers from East Carolina in 7, and Carpenter from East Carolina in lane 8. Those are your scheduled participants. And clean start, Sanchez, Chapman, Dunbar, Jeffers, and Carpenter. And that is lane 4. Kaya Dunbar of Howard. And it will be Dunbar to win it. Dunbar 13.94 to win it. Chapman will take second. Next up will be Heat 4. Heat 4 of 5. As mentioned, top 8 times will qualify for the finals. They're off. Vendors from Brighton, Staten in 2. Whitaker from East Carolina in 4. Otley from Morgan State in 6. And Coleman from UNC Asheville in 7. And that'll be Whitaker, Naomi Whitaker of East Carolina to win Heat 4. Whitaker's time, 14.46. It'll be Aaliyah Otley of Morgan State to take second at 14.88. Jada Venters of Bryant and Stratton will take third at 15.56. As we move on to the final heat, Heat 5 of the women's 100-meter hurdle prelims. Top 8 times will advance to the finals later this afternoon. This is a second call women's 400-meter dash, second call women's 400-meter dash, first call men's 400-meter dash. Moore from UNC Asheville in 1. Crompton from High Point in lane 3. Stith from East Carolina in 4, and Woodrum from Bryant and Stratton in 6. And that'll be lane 4, Stith from East Carolina, 14.31 to win the final heat. See, Crompton from High Point will take second at 14.84, with Kayla Woodrum from Bryant and Stratton taking third, 17 flat. That'll be your top 3, as our hurdle engineers will adjust the hurdles, and we'll get you set for the men's 110 high hurdles in just a few minutes. We're going to give you your qualifiers for the women's 100-meter hurdle finals. It will be Bria Stith of East Carolina, Shelby Chapman of East Carolina, Sydney McMillan of East Carolina, Naomi Whitaker of East Carolina, Brooke Stith of East Carolina, Alyssa Sandy of East Carolina, Kaya Dunbar of Howard, and Naeli Fancy of High Point. So it'll be Stith, Chapman, McMillan, Whitaker, Stith, Brandy, Dunbar, and Facey, your finalists. East Carolina holding 6 of the top 8 spots in the finals. But your top time going into the finals held by Facey of High Point at 13.77. And we're about on the way for the men's 110 high hurdle prelims. It will be 4 scheduled heats. Top 8 times will qualify for the finals. This time we need women shot putters. Please check in at your venue. Women shot putters, please check in at your venue. First call. And for Heat 1, our scheduled participants, it'll be Brinkley from High Point in lane 1, Midget from VMI, in lane 2. Booth from East Carolina will be in 3. Holloway unattached in lane 4. German Ronco from Liberty be in 5. Went from Liberty in lane 6. Blackburn from High Point will be in 7. And Munson from VMI in lane 8. Your scheduled participants for Heat 1. This is a first call for flight 1 of the men's hammer. First call, flight 1 of the men's hammer. Please report to your venue at this time. If we could, the hurdle crew give us a white flag if the hurdles are ready. Yep, see a white flag. Brinkley, Midget, Booth, Holloway, Blackburn, and Munson. And that looks like lane 4. That'll be Trey Holloway unattached to win Heat 1. Holloway's time, 14.47. Booth of East Carolina will take second at 14.95. Midget of VMI will take third, 15.13, as that is your top 3 in Heat 1. So a correction, that was actually Aaron Lewis from Coppin.
Paul, I had a request from someone to find out if you're passing out checks today.
Next up will be Heat 2. It'll be Strachan of High Point in lane 1. Carter from Benedict will be in 2. Dawson from Delaware State in lane 3. Atkinson unattached in lane 4. Lawrence from Liberty be in lane 5. McBride from VMI will be in 6. Golisio unattached in lane 7. And Ziza from SCAD Savannah in lane 8. Those are your scheduled participants.
Come back with who was Lewis and 4, which first name?
Could we please have an announcement? The men's 100 dash should be in the clerking area.
All men's 100-meter dash participants should be in the clerking area at this time. Final call for all men's 100-meter dash participants. They should be in the clerking area at this time.
KW? No. KW is relieving you, man.
And we're off. Looks like it's just Strackman from High Point in 1, McBride from VMI in 6, and Ziza from SCAD Savannah in lane 8. And it looks like McBride from VMI in lane 6 to win it.
They didn't have a 3 guys running? We waited all that time?
McBride's time, 15.16. Strachan from High Point in at second at 16.87 with Ziza from SCAD Savannah in third.
Get your beauty shot right quick now. Did he win? How many more heats they got on this hurdle thing? They ain't taking the hurdles up, so it must be some more. Yeah, yep. Gotta have it. Yeah, I see guys down here warming up. It looks like 1, 2, 3, maybe 6 guys, 5 or 6. I can't tell. Can't see that far. Yeah, that gray is kind of inconspicuously fast. Especially when you're in front.
Final call for women's 400-meter dash. Final call women's 400-meter dash. Second call women's 400-meter dash. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Final call women's 400-meter dash. Second call men's 400-meter dash. So final call women's 400-meter dash. Second call men's 400-meter dash. And they're off. Mills from High Point in 1, Burton from High Point in 2. McGriff from North Carolina A&T in 5. Wise from UNC Asheville in 6. And Powell Jr. from Bryant and Stenton in 7. And it is McGriff from North Carolina A&T State University to win it. 14.23 for McGriff. Weiss from UNC Asheville in his second at 14.88, with Burton of High Point taking third, 16.09. As we get ready for the final heat of the men's 110 high hurdles. As mentioned, top 8 times will qualify for the finals later this afternoon. This is the final heat.
That's a badass replay. That's A&T, ain't it? Yeah. Pour that guy on camera for us. Doing it. Out of what? Is that the last? This is the last heat coming up, and ain't y'all glad they didn't cancel this? You wouldn't have made the money. No, go get who hadn't been relieved. Go get OJ. Is Harold back? Is Harold back? Right here, where? Okay, go get OJ. He's up there at the top. So wait a minute, hold on. What you call KW's camera is empty, right? But you're not using it right now. Okay. Yeah, go get OJ. And tell OJ it's a box in the down there if you want some lunch. I put mine in your box. If you open the door and look to your right, it's two boxes right there. See, one of them's yours. Huh? I bought some cookies back. Man, it's raining out here right now. Boss is
And they're off. Lewis from High Point in 1. Williams from Monroe College in 3. Davis from Howard in 4. Taiwan from Howard in 5. And Brenneman from UNC Asheville in lane 8. And that looks like Davis from Howard in lane 4 to win it. Davis in at 14.21. Tawa of Howard in at second at 14.65 with Williams of Monroe College in at third at 15.34. And we'll go and give you your finalists for the men's 110 high hurdles. Your top 8 times, it was Jackson Blackburn from High Point, Terrace Burton from High Point, Liam McBride from VMI. Actually, let's start that over again. It'll be Liam McBride from VMI, Keandre Midget from VMI, Terrence Booth from East Carolina, Zach Wise from UNC Asheville, Casimir Tawa from Howard, Aaron Lewis from unattached, Cedric McGriff from North Carolina A&T State University, and Cameron Davis from Howard. So it will be McBride, Midget, Booth, Wyas, Tawa, Lewis, McGriff, and Davis, your finalists for the men's 110 high hurdles. Top time going into the finals held by Davis of Howard at 14.21. And coming up momentarily, we'll have the start of the women's 100-meter dash prelims. We'll take the top 8 times to the finals. 8 scheduled heats for the women's 100-meter dash. At this time, we do need the 200-meter dash participants, both men and women. You do need to declare if you're planning on running this afternoon. We do need the 200-meter dash, both men and women. Please declare at this time if you are planning on running later this afternoon. Coy from High Point in 1, Barr from North Carolina A&T in 3, Campbell Brown unattached in 4, Patton from Liberty in 6, and Poole from Roanoke in lane 7. And that is Veronica Campbell Brown unattached to win it, 11.72. Barr from North Carolina A&T State University in at second, 12.32, with Patton from Liberty in at third, 12.76. So that's your top 3 in heat number 1. Next up will be heat 2, again, heat 2 of 8. And they're off as they come down. Hilton, Mingo, Goodbye, Hoosier, Dawson, Gamble, and Pierre. And that is Barbara Pierre in the outside lane. Pierre's time, 11.60. Goodbye from Howard in at second at 11.93, with Dawson from High Point in at third, 12.85. So that is your top three in Heat 2 of the women's 100-meter dash. As next up will be Heat 3. And they're off. It'll be Ball, Davis, Walston, Muzon, Battle, and Hefferon. And that is lane 4, Militia Muzon from East Carolina. Muzon's time, 11.85. It was Battle of Bryant and Stratton in its second at 12.42, with Walston of East Carolina in the third at 12.71. As we move on to Heat 4, halfway through the women's 100-meter dash, top 8 times will qualify for the finals this afternoon. And as they come down, this is Heat 4. That was Southern of North Carolina A&T at 12.02. Johnson of East Carolina in the second at 12.93, with Bargy from High Point in the third at 13.15. And they're off. I believe this is heat 6. It looks like tight between lanes 4 and 5. I believe that will be lane 5. Celia from Howard, 12.46. With Bolden from High Point in at second at 12.55. Onya Beatty from UMBC in at third at 12.89. And that'll be lane 3. Z from Elon at 12.57 with Blair from Old Dominion in its second at 12.93. And that is lane 4. Slaughter from Alabama A&M to win it at 12.32 with Primus from Monroe College in at 13.13. Thurman of UNC Asheville to take third at 13.16. At this time, all 400-meter women participants should be checked in and at the clerk's tent. This is a final call for the men's 400-meter dash. So, again, all women 400-meter dash participants should be at the clerk's tent. This is a final call for men's 400-meter dash. Tight between lanes 4 and 6 as they come to the line. And it is Harris of Morgan State at 12.42, right of UMBC in its second at 12.53, with Morrison of High Point taking third, 12.81. And they're off. This is the men's 100-meter dash, first heat. Top 8 times will advance to the finals. And it looks like we'll call them back. Women's shot put flight 1 will begin in 5 minutes. Current track time is 1:22. So women's shot put flight 1 will begin in 5 minutes. Current track time is 1:22 as we get ready for the next heat of the men's 100-meter dash prelims. And we're off for the next heat of the men's 100-meter dash as they come down. Pretty tight race, but that looks like lane 3. And it is Jalen Anderson of UNC Asheville to win it. 10.93. Holly of Morgan State in second at 11.08, with Adams of UMBC in at third, 11.38. Your top 3. And they're off next heat of the men's 100-meter dash as they come down. Lane 3 and 4 battling it out. Believe that will be 4 at the line. We'll check the results. And it is Guy Goro unattached at 10.83 to win it. Richard Nyamu of Howard in at second at 10.93, with Knoxroy Wright of St. Augustine's in at third, 11.07. So as they come down, that's lane 3 and 5. We'll check the results. Royal Burris of East Carolina will win at 10.79. Darren Dudley of High Point in at second at 10.85, with Arshad Parker of Old Dominion in at third at 11.08. So that's your top three. Attention, due to inclement weather, women's pole vault will stop. It will be canceled for today due to inclement weather. So, again, because of inclement weather, we will cancel the women's pole vault. Thank you. And they're off next heat of the men's 100-meter dash. All 400-meter runners should, all 400-meter men's participants should be in the clerk's tent at this time. Final call. And they're off as they come down. And that will be lane 4. Norris Spike unattached at 10.85 to win it. Donald Weekly of Alabama A&M in at second at 11.04. And then Jacob Nixon of Bryant and Stratton at 11.14. And that'll conclude the men's 400-meter dash. We'll get your finalists for you in just a few minutes. As next up on the track will be the women's 400-meter dash. And it looks like your 8 qualifiers for the men's 100-meter dash finals. It'll be Knox Roy Wright of St. Augustine's, Donald Weekly of Alabama A&M, Jalen Anderson of UNC Asheville, Richard Ninamu of Howard, Deron Dudley of High Point, Noah Spike competing unattached, Guy Goro competing unattached, and Royal Burris of East Carolina. So it will be Wright, Weekly, Anderson, Ninamu, Dudley, Spike, Goro, and Burris, your finalists for the 100-meter dash. Top time coming into the finals held by Royal Burris, of East Carolina at 10.79. Attention, we do need to clear the track on the back side. We are starting the women's 400-meter dash. We need to clear all lanes on the back straightaway. The track needs to be cleared on the back straightaway. Will be heat 1 on the track for the women's 400-meter dash. Stewart from Benedict in 3, Ali from Coppin State in 4, Scott from Howard in lane 5, Perry from North Carolina A&T in 6, Russell from North Carolina A&T in 7, and George from Morgan State in lane 8. And it looks like we'll call them back. There will be 7 scheduled heats for the women's 400-meter dashes. Will be a time final, so fastest time wins it, as they will call back heat 1. And we're off. Stewart, Ali, Scott, Perry, Russell, and George. Latifa Ali of Coppin State out well in lane 4. And it is Ali from Coppin State, your leader, as they come off the turn now down the home straightaway. Perry from North Carolina A&T coming up in lane 6. Allie and Perry. Scott from Howard trying to make a late surge to get second. And it looks like she'll take second, so look like it'll be Allie, Scott, and Perry. That'll be your top 3. Allie's time, 54.92. Scott of Howard in at second at 55.49, with Perry of North Carolina A&T in at third at 55.65. So that'll be your top 3 in Section 1. Next up will be Heat 2. As mentioned, Heat 2 of 7 for the women's 400-meter dash. And they're off. It'll be Piper Johns of Elon in 3, Terrion Davis of Alabama A&M in 4, and Ariana Ruffin of VMI in lane 5. And that is lane 5, Ariana Ruffin from VMI. Coming off the turn now down the home straightaway. Johns of Elon in second, with then Davis of Alabama A&M in third. Looks like it will be Ruffin to win it. Ruffin's time, 57.38. With Johns of Elon in at 57.68, and then Davis of Alabama A&M in at third at 58.23 as we move to Heat 3. And we're off. It will be Aaliyah Williams of VMI in 5. Amani Jackson of Morgan State will be in 6. Aaliyah Burrows of Elon in lane 7. And Nia Gore of East Carolina in lane 8. Pretty tight as they come off the curve. Looks like it is Gore with a slight advantage on Jackson. So it's Gore, Jackson. Now Burrows coming up. And then Williams. It looks like it'll be Gore and Burrows. That'll be your 1-2, followed by Jackson and Williams. Gore's time, 57.17 to win Section 3. Burrows in at second at 58.29, with Jackson in third at 58.45. Williams in at 59.48 as we move to Section 4. This is a first call men and women's 800-meter run. Please check in at the clerk's tent. First call men and women 800-meter run. Please check in at the clerk's tent at this time. And they're all for Heat 4. It'll be Danae Adams of North Carolina A&T in lane 3. Baya Barnes of Bryant and Stratton will be in lane 4. And Alexandria Tudor from Elon will be in lane 7. Barnes from Bryant and Stratton, followed by Adams from A&T as they're going to come off the turn now down the home straightaway. Barnes, Adams, and then Tudor. And it will be Barnes to win it 59.15. Adams in at 1 flat .23 with Tudor in at third, 1 flat .34. As we move on to Heat 5, so it'll be Heat 5 of 7. Heat 5 underway. Alyssa Marker Howard in lane 3. Kayla White of Delaware State. Lane 4 will be open. It'll be Kara Foster of Radford in lane 5. Simone Rockard of Radford in lane 6. Raven Thurman of UNC Asheville will be in 7. And Amelia Heinbach of Elon in lane 8. Heinbach out in the outside lane in lane 8. So Heinbach and I believe Rookard will take second. Heinbach signed 59.34 with Foster of Radford in its second at 1 flat .36. And then Mark of Howard in at third, 1 flat .67. As we go to Heat 6. And we'll recall them for Heat 6. Heat 6 underway. It'll be Samantha Kamika of UMBC in lane 3. Khadijah Crumbly of UNC Asheville will be in 5. Elise Miles of UNC Asheville in lane 6. Melissa Kamika from UMBC in 7. And Kamaya Knight of Alabama A&M in lane 8. Knight from Alabama A&M a slight lead coming out the curve now down the home straightaway. Samantha Kamika in lane 3, but it will be Knight. So Knight will win Heat 6. 1 flat .29 for Knight. Samantha Kamika of UMBC will take second at 101.01, with Miles of UNC Asheville in at third, 101.20. As we move to the final heat of the women's 400-meter dash. And they're off. It will be Dawn Hilton of Liberty into Chelsea Imraziki of UMBC in lane 3. Julian Wilson of SCAD Savannah in lane 4. Tanae Minor of Bryant and Stratton will be in 5. Nyla Blair of Old Dominion in lane 6. Catherine Saucier of SCAD Savannah in 7. And Takia Macklin of Delaware State in lane 8. And that is Dawn Hilton of Liberty in lane 2, your leader coming off the turn now down the home straightaway.
Section 2 and 3. I am moving 2 gentlemen from section 3 into section 2. Are you ready for the name?
Let them finish the race.
And it will be Hilton to win it, 1 flat .78. Minor in at second at 103.77. Imraziki in at third. And we are minutes away from the start of the men's 400-meter dash. This is a first call women's hammer. First call women's hammer, as we'll get you your top 3 times in the women's 400-meter dash. They all came from the first heat. Your third place was Michaela Perry of North Carolina A&T at 55.65. Your runner-up in second with a time of 55.49 was Azomia Scott from Howard. And your winner of the women's 400-meter dash with a time of 54.92 from Coppin State, Latifa Ali. And we're off for section 1 of the men's 400-meter dash. It will be Jonia McDaniels unattached in lane 2. Miles Pringle unattached in lane 4. Romel Lewis unattached in lane 5. Matthew Paul of Monroe College will be in 7. And Rayon Lawrence unattached in lane 8. To declare for the 200-meter dash, both men and women, though declaration is open. In order to run the 200-meter dash, you must declare. Please report to the clerk's tent to declare for the men and women's 200-meter dash. That is now open. Please report if you plan to run the 200-meter dash, both men and women, to declare. And on the track, that is Miles Pringle unattached in lane 4. McDonald's unattached in lane 2. But it will be Pringle to win the first section. Pringle's time, 47.38. McDonald's in at second at 47.79, with Lawrence unattached in third, 48.89. As next up on the track will be section 2. And on the track, this is section 2 of the men's 400 meter dash. Anthony Mason of UNC Asheville in 3, Elijah Johnson of Eastern Mennonite in 4, JaVale Best of Monroe College in 5, Abacus Abacar of North Carolina A&T in 6, Bryson Riddick of UNC Asheville in 7, and Isaac Teasley of UNC Asheville in lane 8. Attention, we need heats 1 and 5 of the 100 meter dash. Please report men's 100 meter dash. Please report back to the clerks. We need to rerun heats 1 and 5 of the 100 meter dash for the men. That will take place after the men's 400.
Call the names off if you need to.
And the participants in heat 1 is Jalik Perry of Howard, Jaden Burke of UMBC, Anthony Mason of UNC Asheville, John Lundy unattached, Brandon James of Morgan State, and Levi Williams of High Point. As it looks like it'll be Abacar of North Carolina A&T to win it at 47.85. Teasley of UNC Asheville in at second at 49.99. And Mason of UNC Asheville will take third at 50.41. So, again, Heat 1, Perry, Burke, Mason, Lundy, James, and Williams. Heat 1 of the men's 100-meter dash. We are going to rerun your heat. You need to report to the clerk's tent. Also, Heat 5, Keon Ratton of Morgan State, Malcolm Kroom McFadden of North Carolina A&T, Kendall Turner of North Carolina A&T, Lamar Davis of Morgan State, and Dakari Brown of High Point. So Ratton, Kroom McFadden, Turner, Davis, and Brown, Heat 5 of the men's 100-meter dash. You need to report back to the clerk's tent right now.
And we'll go at the very same numbers that we had before.
Okay. Heat 3 on the track, Isaiah Chapman unattached into Zach Wattis of East Carolina in lane 3. Bobby Dupel the third from High Point in lane 4. Rondell Proctor of Old Dominion in 5. Blake Matthews of East Carolina in lane 7. Wattis of East Carolina in lane 3. Wattis and then Matthews with Duple the third coming up. We'll check the results. And it is Wattis to win it, 48.94. Matthews also of East Carolina in the second at 49.60. And then Dupel the third from High Point in third, 49.67. As next up will be Heat 4 on the track. And they're off. This is Heat 4. It is Tyrone Clark of Old Dominion in 2, Rafael Massa, VMI in 3, Kyle Graham of Texas A&M in lane 4. Xavier Freeman of High Point will be in lane 5. Kamel Sharp of UNC Asheville in lane 7. And Nathaniel Williams of East Carolina in lane 8. And that looks like lane 4. It will be Kyle Graham of Alabama A&M. (51:31) for Graham, with Freeman in at second from High Point, 51.75, and Williams from East Carolina in at third at 51.94. Final heat, that was Anthony McKenzie at 53.25, with Brandon Justice of Roanoke in his second at 54.20. This is a second call. Second call, men and women's 800 meters. Please report to the clerk's tent. Second call, men and women's 800 meters. Please report to the clerk's tent.
Now up on discus throw for East Carolina, Logan Carroll. Now on discus throw, Ryan Davis of East Carolina. Next up on the discus throw, from East Carolina, Logan Carroll. We have Ansley Fratty with her final attempt. Now at the javelin throw, we have Joy Harris of North Carolina A&T. Back on the javelin for her final toss, we've got Rebecca Berquist from East Carolina.
Attention, heats 1 and 5, the rerun of the men's 100-meter dash. You can report to the start line. So heats 1 and 5, we call those athletes out. We do have to rerun those heats. You can report to the start line at this time. This is a second and final call, women's hammer. Second and final call, women's hammer. As mentioned, about underway, we have to rerun the men's 100-meter dash. 2 heats will rerun heat number 1, as it'll be Keon Ratton from Morgan State, Lamar Davis of Morgan State, Malcolm Kroom McFadden of North Carolina A&T, John Lundy unattached, Brandon James from Morgan State, Kendall Turner from North Carolina A&T, and Ramon Gittens unattached.
We actually combine those 2 heats.
So as they get in the blocks, we actually combine those 2 heats, so we'll just have 1 heat. So this is a combination of heats 1 and 5 for the men's 100-meter dash.
Now, at your
And we're off, as mentioned, a rerun of heats 1 and 5 combined. Rattling, Davis, McCroom, Fadden, Lundy, James, Turner, and Gittens as they come down. And that looks like lane 3. That was Malcolm Kroom McFadden of North Carolina A&T at 10.86 to win it. Ramon Gittens unattached in his second at 10.90. And Keon Ratton of Morgan State will take third, 10.96. We do need the hurdle crew, to report to put the hurdles on the track as we prepare for the 100-meter hurdle finals for the women. So we need the hurdle crew to please report to put the hurdles on the track for the 100-meter hurdle finals for the women. And we'll go ahead and give you your finalist for the men's 100-meter dash. It will be Richard Ninamu from Howard, Malcolm Kroom McFadden from North Carolina A&T, Norris Spike competing on attached, Royal Burris of East Carolina, Guy Gutterow competing on attached, Deron Dudley from High Point, Ramon Gittins competing on attached, and Jalen Anderson from UNC Asheville. So your finalists: Anderson, Gittins, Dudley, Garu, Burris, Spike, Kroom McFadden, and Nidamu, your finalists for the 100-meter dash. Top time going into the finals held by Royal Burris of East Carolina at 10.79. Is a final call women's 800 meters. Final call women's 800 meters. This is a second call for the men's 800 meters. Second call men's 800 meters.
Right beside you, brother.
Now up on discus throw for East Carolina, Logan Carroll. Now on discus throw, Ryan Davis of East Carolina. Next up on the discus throw, from East Carolina, Logan Carroll. We have Ansley Fratty with her final attempt. Now at the javelin throw, we have Joy Harris of North Carolina A&T. Back on the javelin for her final toss, we've got Rebecca Berquist from East Carolina.
Might be the might be the lens. I got a lens clean. I got a lens clean.
This is a final call, men's shot put. Final call, men's shot put. At this time, we do need the first flight of the women's hammer. You need to report to your venue first flight of the women's hammer. You do need to report to your venue at this time.
Hey, Twan got the Lakers. I got the Lakers. And what's the nigga Lakers? Shut up, Twan. Twan, you ain't gonna never let that guy hurt you. You been watching too much. You watching too much. Nah, that's not going to. That's they go to Philly. Yes. They got the complete team. No. Okay. I'm up, dog. Then. Had a rebirth. Dang, James. Nigga, you like. I'm gonna shoot you something else. You got ring.
Men's 110 high hurdle finalists on the track. Your scheduled participants: Keandre Midget of VMI in lane 1, Zach Ways of UNC Asheville in 2, Aaron Lewis unattached in 3. Cameron Davis of Howard will be in 4. Cedric McGriff of North Carolina A&T in 5. Casimir Tawa of Howard in lane 6. Terrence Booth of East Carolina in 7, and Liam McBride of VMI in lane 8. Your scheduled participants.
Dropped on the ground, dog. Kevin Durant doesn't look the same. Are they hurt? Are they waiting? Quan, are they hurt? Are they just trying to wait for the move? I don't think LeBron's hurt. LeBron is like gotta be the smartest NBA player I've seen ever.
It looks like Midget, Wise, McGriff, Booth, and McBride. And that is Cedric McGriff of North Carolina A&T State University to win it. McGriff's time, 14.56. Zach Wise from UNC Asheville in at 14.80. Midget of VMI will take third at 15.06. So that's your top 3, with McBride in at 15.76 and Booth in at 18.54.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah, my thing look good. Can't that really do anything in there? I might do it. Mine too like that. Okay. Wait, James. James, you got stop, right? James, let it be. Hey, fellas, you gotta see. This another race right here. There's another race, James. You ain't got James. Got the other team, huh? Oh, you ain't worried? Okay. You always talk jokes. Why?
A call for women's 400 hurdles, and also a reminder that all 200-meter declarations will close at 3:15.
So current track time is 2:59. We do want to remind athletes, if you are running the 200 meter dash, both men and women, the declaration closes at 3:15. In order to run, you must declare. So a reminder, 2:59 track time. The declaration for the 200 meter dash is both men and women will close at 3:15. This is a final call for the men's 800 meters. Final call, men's 800 meters. Please report to the clerk's tent. This is a first call for the women's 400 meter hurdles. First call, women's 400 meter hurdles.
He's been balling though. He's been balling though, really. I don't know about that.
And we're about underway for the women's 100 meter dash. Aisha Burr of North Carolina A&T will be in one. Aisha Southern of North Carolina A&T will be in lane 2. Milicia Muzon from East Carolina in lane 3. Barbara Pierre unattached in lane 4. Veronica Campbell Brown unattached in lane 5. Jessica Gabai of Howard will be in lane 6. Agia Slaughter of Alabama A&M in lane 7. And Shakina Battle of Bryant and Staten in lane 8.
Did you say Campbell?
When they won it? Okay. Kyrie's been good though. Yeah, man, it's gonna be interesting.
And we'll call them back.
From here? You might? Why? You ain't scared of that home comment? Y'all missed last year, exactly. I took you already. Huh? He probably is too. Once they ready.
And they're off as they come down. Keep an eye on Barbara Pierre unattached in the lane 4. Getting pushed by Muzon. Coming up, though. Great surge by Milicia Muzon from East Carolina, 11.84. Barbara Pierre, unattached. She was a gold indoor champ or gold medalist in the indoor championships for 2016. She takes second, 11.96. Southern of A&T will take third at 11.98, so that'd be your top three, with Slaughter in at 12.20. Next up will be the men's 100-meter dash finalists. Your scheduled participants on the track: Richard Needham of Howard in lane 1, Malcolm McCroom McFadden of North Carolina A&T in lane 2, Norris Spike unattached in lane 3, Royal Burris of East Carolina will be in 4, Guy Goro unattached in lane 5, Deron Dudley from High Point will be in lane 6, Ramon Gittins, unattached in lane 7, and then Jalen Anderson of UNC Asheville in lane 8. Those are your scheduled participants. It looks like we just have 4 athletes in this finals. Looks like it'll be Spike unattached in lane 3, Burris from East Carolina in 4, Goro unattached in 5, and Anderson from UNC Asheville in lane 8. Are off Spike, Burris, Goro, and Anderson. And that is Royal Burris of East Carolina. And it'll be Burris, winner of the men's 100-meter dash. 10.55 for Burris. Goro in at 10.67. Anderson in at third at 10.97, with Spike in at 11.05. We do ask everyone to clear the track. We are getting ready to start the 800 meters. So, again, we ask you to please clear the track as we begin the women's 800 meters. Want to give a friendly reminder, it is 3:09. Declaration for the 200-meter dash will close at 3:15. So current track time, 3:09. Declaration for the men and women's 200-meter dash will close at 3:15. As a reminder, in order to run the 200-meter dash, you must declare. And we're off. This is the first section of the women's 800-meter run. Erica Charles unattached to Jasmine Butler of North Carolina A&T, Carolyn Brown of North Carolina A&T, Ariel Garcia of UMBC, Naomi Armstrong of Liberty, and Bridget Redding of UMBC. Jasmine Butler of North Carolina A&T, your leader, wearing hip number 4. Erica Charles unattached in second. Armstrong of Liberty, followed by Garcia of UMBC. We'll get our quarter split going through. About 105, 106 through the quarter, as is Butler and Charles doing battle. And now that is Armstrong for Liberty now taking the lead, with Garcia going in second. So it is Armstrong, Garcia, Butler, and Charles as they get ready to go into the final two. So Naomi Armstrong of Liberty with about a 150 to go. Butler now moves to second, followed by Charles and then Garcia. That's your top 4 as they get ready to come off the turn now down the home straightaway. This is section 1. Butler trying to make a move, goes up to second, giving chase to Armstrong, who made that move going into on the back straightaway. And it looks like it will be Naomi Armstrong of Liberty to win the first section. 212.25, your winning time. Jasmine Butler in at second at 213.17, with Ariela Garcia taking third, 214.60. This is a final call, men's 800 meters. Please report to clerking. Final call, men's 800 meters. Please report to clerking. And they're off. This is section 2. Destiny Stanford of Howard, Thobill Amon of Monroe College, Diamond Griffin of Alabama A&M, Camila Monroe of Coppin State, Alex Evans of UNC Asheville, Olive Allen of High Point, Ava Cotty of UNC Asheville, Ashley Patterson of UNC Asheville, and Francisca Jacobs of High Point. Stanford and Allen. Stanford on the inside, Allen on the outside as they do battle going down the front straightaway. We'll get your quarter split. About 104 unofficially through the quarter. Stanford with about a 2-meter lead on Allen as they go down the back straightaway. Still Destiny Stanford of Howard, Olive Allen of High Point, Stanford's time 2:11.79. Allen and High Point in at 2:13.16. With Evans of UNC Asheville taking third, 2:16.49. As we'll move on to section 3 of 4 for the women's 800-meter run. Anaya Carpenter of East Carolina, Anaya Campbell of North Carolina A&T, Anisha Ingram of Alabama A&M, Jaleesa Emmons of Morgan State, Brooke Lindsay of East Carolina, Selena Wilson of Bryant and Stratton, Sadai Stuntley of Coppin State, Jada Blackheart of Monroe College, and Abby Siegel of Radford. Ingram of Alabama A&M, Emmons of Morgan State doing battle as they come down the front straightaway. I believe that is Siegel now of Radford taking the lead. We'll get the quarter split. About 1:11 unofficially through the quarter. For Siegel, and then Ingram. We do need the second flight of the women's hammer throw. Please report at this time. Flight 2 of the women's hammer throw. Please report at this time. As now that looks like Carpenter of East Carolina taking the lead going into the final 2. Carpenter, Emmons, and then Ingram with less than a 150 to go. And that's Lanaya Carpenter of East Carolina coming down the home straightaway. Lindsay of East Carolina goes to third. It's still Emmons of Morgan State, and looks like that'll be your order of finish. Carpenter in at 223.69. Emmons in at second at 224.07, with Lindsay taking third, 224.89. This is a final call, both men and women's 400-meter hurdles. Final call, both men and women's 400-meter hurdles. Please report to the white clerk's tent at this time. Her major is journalism and mass communications. Her future plans is to pursue a career in journalism, and she is escorted today by Lori Cade, Greg Cade, and Gregory Cade. Let's give a round of applause to Miss Bria Cade. Lotria Elena Davis. She is from Prince George County, Maryland. Her major, industrial and systems engineering. Her future plans is to work for ITG Brands and pursue industrial and systems engineering masters here at North Carolina A&T State University. She is escorted by Lori Wilson and Reginald Wilson. Miss Lotrea Elena Davis. Miss Kayla Fitzhugh. She is from Oxon Mill, Maryland. Her major is marketing, and her future plans is management trainee for Enterprise Holdings and executive assistant at Greensboro Staffing Consultants. She is accompanied or escorted today by Kim Fitzhugh and Brian Fitzhugh. Miss Kayla Fitzhugh. Miss Ashley Hatcher. Miss Ashley Hatcher is from Raleigh, North Carolina. Her major is journalism and mass communications. Her future plans is to attend UNCW to pursue a master's in filmmaking. She is escorted today by Walter Hatcher, Sheila Hatcher, and Mariah Hatcher. Miss Ashley Hatcher. Miss Camry Hope. She is from Charlotte, North Carolina. Her major is psychology, and her future plans is to apply for an accelerated nursing program. She is escorted today by Jamie Shuford and Ryan Shuford. Miss Camry Hope. Miss Kayla Jones. She is from Ashburn, Virginia. Her major is animal science, and her future plans is moving to Sacramento, California to work in research for a full-time position at Surgenta. She is escorted today by Sheila Jones and Richard Jones. Miss Kayla Jones. Miss Kenya Merritt. She is from Prince George County, Maryland. Her major is marketing information system, and her future plans is cyber risk analyst at Delonte in New York City. She is escorted by Ken Merritt, Allison Merritt, and Kenneth Merritt. Miss Kenya Merritt. And finally, Miss Caitlin Pittman. She is from Jamestown, North Carolina. Her major is business administration and management. Her future plans is the area manager at Amazon, and she is escorted by Michael Pittman, Ida Pittman, and Zion Pittman. Miss Kaylin Pittman. And we don't want to forget about Coach Quinera Repass. Let's give her a round of applause as well for coaching these young ladies. So let's give another round of applause to our senior cheerleaders.
Looks like they about to start it again. You gonna try it now.
Women's 800-meter run on the track. It looks like Hoff of Radford now coming on her outside. Stith of East Carolina. Jones of North Carolina A&T. And then Thomas of North Carolina A&T as they go through the quarter. About 1:09 through the quarter. Eckert of Radford, your leader going into the finals 200. So Eckert, Jones, as they get ready to come off the turn now down the home straightaway. And it's Ansley Eckert who looks like she will win the final section. I believe that's Hoff, her teammate, coming up the second, or Wellings. We'll check the final results. As it is Eckert at 2:25.16. It was Hoff of Radford coming up to get second, 2:30.79, with Orban of UNC Asheville taking third, 2:31.40. On the track, first section of the men's 800-meter run. Believe that's Modrzejewski of Liberty, I'm sorry, it looks like Kip Churcher of Liberty actually dropping back to second as they go through 56 unofficially through the quarter. That might have been Baranowski of UMBC. Kip Churcher of Liberty now takes the lead from Baranowski as they get ready to go into the final two. And actually, my apologies, that's Baranowski now coming on the outside of Chip Churchill. That might be Bob from Coppin State. As you can tell, a little wet, trying to identify the hip numbers up from the top. But that is Ali Kip Churchill of Liberty. Looks like he'll win at 152 unofficially. We'll get the final results. And it's 152.58 for Kip Churchill. It was Baranowski of UMBC in its second at 153.23. Colin Kelly of Mount St. Mary's was third at 153.43. Joel Evans of UMBC in at fourth at 155.80. So Kip Churchill, Baranowski, and Kelly, your top three in the first section for the men's 800-meter run. Section 2 underway. We'll get your quarter split as we go through. About 54, 55 through the quarter. Thomas Mosley of North Carolina A&T leading the pack as they go down the back straightaway. Dregley from UMBC in second. So that's Mosley, Dregley, Leach unattached. As it gets interesting as they get ready to come off the turn, as that is Hoxton from UNC Asheville swinging wide now, taking the lead. So Gunnar Hoxton with Mosley trying to come back from A&T. Actually, that's not Mosley. We'll check. That might be – we'll check for second, as that was tight. That was Hoxton, 155.18. It was Kanoy Tyree unattached taking second, 156.11 with Travis Leach unattached in at third at 156.39. So that'll be your top three in Section 2. As we move on to Section 3, final section of the men's 800-meter run. Carson Philbin of SCAD Savannah leading coming down the front straightaway. Brock Newsom of UNC Asheville in its second as we go through the quarter. 58-59 through the quarter, or I should say high 58, low 59 going through the quarter for Philbin. So it is Carson Philbin now going into the final two. Welty of High Point now goes to second. Newsom trying to give chase in third. It is still Philbin. And it will be Carson Philbin to win the final heat, or final section, I should say. 159.71 for Philbin. Welty of High Point in at second at 201.01, with Newsom of UNC Asheville in at third at 201.74. Your top three in the final section of the men's 800-meter run.
We have Ansley Fratty with her final attempt. Now at the javelin throw, we have Joy Harris of North Carolina A&T. Back on the javelin for her final toss, we've got Rebecca Berquist from East Carolina. Now up on discus throw for East Carolina, Logan Carroll. Now on discus throw, Ryan Davis of East Carolina. Next up on the discus throw, from East Carolina, Logan Carroll.
If we could make sure have a white flag if all the hurdles are at the correct heights, please. If the hurdle crew can make sure the hurdles have been adjusted and all the hurdles are at the correct height. Thank you.
We have combined some heats and they will need to be rehit at the finish line.
If we could have all men participating in the 400-meter hurdles, please report to the start-finish line. As we have combined some heats, we need all 400-meter hurdlers for men. Please report to the start-finish line as we have combined some heats. Thank you. And we're off. This is the women's 400-meter hurdles. It will be Unique Hayes Smith of Coppin State in lane 4. Kamani Davis of Morgan State will be in 6. And Nia Frederick of North Carolina A&T in lane 7. Hayes Smith and Hayes Smith, 58.63 to win the first heat. Davis of Morgan State in his second at 106.45. And then Frederick of North Carolina A&T in at third, 109.09. At this time, men and women's 200-meter dash participants, you can report to clerking to check in. Men and women's 200-meter dash participants, you can report to clerking to begin checking in. Thank you.
Yeah, he want to hear what the response gonna be. Yeah. Yeah. Huh? I'm good, man. Trying to get this thing, James. You know how you doing, man? You straight? KW, need anything? KW straight? chocolate. Hot chocolate. Who want hot chocolate? He said hot chocolate. She ain't no word. You want hot chocolate? Huh? What? I'm good, man. I got you, dog. I got you. I see. They been running that thing this year, though. They been running that thing this year. Dang. My camera wet, too, dog. My camera wet. Hey, you got a second? Dang.
And we're off. This is section 2. Geraldine Testa of UNC Asheville in lane 5. Deja Tinsley of Morgan State in 6. Maya Delaney of UNC Asheville in lane 7. Testa and Tinsley do battle as they come down the home straightaway. One set of hurdles to go. They are battling as they go to the line. It looks like Deja Tinsley of Morgan State will win section 2. Tinsley's time 107.33. Testa in at 107.56 with Delaney in at 112.19.
I did, dude. I was on the right shot, dog. I didn't show her, dog. She just walked in the picture. I was being professional. Always. I ain't what?
So next up on the track will be the men's 400-meter dash. Looks like we'll have Kimario Eldermeyer from Coppin State in lane 3. Chase Bonham from North Carolina A&T will be in lane 4. And then Rovane Williams of Coppin State in lane 7. Andre Clark of Coppin State in lane 8. Could make sure we have a hurdle check. If the hurdles are complete, we need to see a white flag to make sure we are good to go with the hurdles.
I don't think she golf. I think it's something wrong with his switch on. Yeah, against AJ. Oh, you got hot chocolate? Nice. Wait a minute, this hot chocolate? Oh, yeah, yes, sir. I thought it was broken. Somebody said it was. Take any more of that? Appreciate it. Oh, yeah. Thank you, guys. That's my dog. That's my dog, James. Swan told me it didn't work. Sorry, I thought. I'm like, dang, this thing got a chocolate. They big. I said, dang, this thing really is hot. Let me get some of that hot chocolate. One.
Clerking to announcer, could we please have all ladies, 200 runners report to clerking?
And we're all for the men's 400 meter hurdle. Excuse me. Eldemeyer in 3, Bonham in 4, Johnny Dutch in lane 5, Williams in lane 7, and Clark in lane 8. We do need all 200-meter dash. Well, I need all women 200-meter dash participants. Please report to the clerk's area at this time. All 200-meter dash participants for the women, please report to the clerk tent at this time. And as they come off the turn now down the home straightaway, Clark with a slight advantage on Eldermeyer. And now it is Andre Clark out in lane 8. Eldermeyer will win it. 51.36 for actually that was Clark. Eldermeyer was second at 52.84. And then Williams in third in 54.64. So Clark, Eldermeyer, and Williams, all of Coppin State, go 1, 2, 3 in heat or section 1 of the men's 400-meter hurdles. And we are off for Heat 2. Amari Good of Coppin State in 3. Tyreek Gooden of Morgan State in lane 4. Brandy Felix of North Carolina A&T in lane 5. Corinthians Payne of Howard in lane 6. Matthew Moore of North Carolina A&T in 7. And Ivan Wiggins Ingram of Unattached in lane 8.
His teammate. His teammate. He thinks slow down.
And that is Payne of Howard in lane 6. Moore of North Carolina A&T made a late surge. We'll see if he was able to get the W. And it is Moore of A&T to win it at 54.28. Felix of A&T was actually second, my apologies, 54.40. Payne from Howard was third at 55.37. So Moore, Felix, and Payne, your top 3 in Heat 2. And we're off Jason Farrell of Bryant and Stratton in 4. Deshaun Griffin of Bryant and Stratton in 5. Joshua Julian of Old Dominion in 7. And Alan Cherry of Bryant and Stratton in lane 8. And that looks like lane 4, Jason Farrell. And Griffin, as they battle and go through the line, pretty tight. And I believe that's going to be Griffin to win it. Deshaun Griffin, 55.63. Farrell in at 55.85. And then Julian of Old Dominion in at 1 flat .26, your top 3 in Heat 3. Looks like final heat of the men's 400-meter hurdles.
Hey, yo. Are y'all there yet?
At this time, we need women's 200-meter dash participants, please report to the starting line, and men's 200-meter dash participants, please report to the clerking tent. So women's 200-meter dash participants report to the starting line. Men's 200-meter dash participants report to the clerking tent.
I'm sorry, I just realized we are running
He did. He caught. I think I caught.
to the common finish.
I think he did. Huh? I got some, but I don't know where I put them at. I thought. Oh yeah, you get some, man. We appreciate it.
Just a slight correction. Women's 200-meter dash need to report to the start line that is on the opposite side of the track. So women's 200-meter dash participants need to report to the start line, which is at the beginning of the curve. And then men's 200-meter dash participants, please report to the clerk's tent. Last heat for the men's 400-meter dash, that was Jalen Harris, 102.62. Deontay Bridges in at 102.66, both of Bryant and Stratton. As that'll conclude the men's 400-meter hurdles. Next up on the track will be the women's 200-meter dash.
When somebody get hurt out here, boy.
We still have a few saucy blank ones in the clerking. Thank you.
As we approach the end of the meet and the 4x4s, any team that is planning on competing in the 4x4, when you check in, please be reminded you need to have a filled out, a completed relay card. So as you declare for your 4x4s, please make sure you bring your relay cards to the clerk's check-in tent.
He said that. So you trying to work on that Spanish, huh? Work on that Spanish, huh? Yeah, work on that Spanish. Yep, somebody got me. I seen him with that. Don't you see that light? Bro, what they got? Oh, snap, okay. Hey. Appreciate it, appreciate it. What day we eating? Okay. I mean, I might let Chiefs go first. You let Chiefs go. This is Anthony, I do. Yeah, but I didn't realize. Twan, you didn't say you said. That thing was worth it, though, wasn't it? That thing was worth it. That thing was worth it. Heck yeah, hot chocolate was good, though.
And we're about underway for the start of the women's 200-meter dash.
Are you? No, you not.
Your scheduled participants: Karina Primus of Monroe College in lane 2, Akia Slaughter of Alabama A&M in 3, Kimani Alfonsi of Coppin State in 4, Latifa Ali of Coppin State in lane 5, Aisha Southern of North Carolina A&T in 6, Chanel Tomlinson of Coppin State in lane 7, and Nia Gore of East Carolina in lane 8.
What do you think? I can go up there if you want me to. I can go a little closer. Yep. All right, bye. I got look at Bob. Look at shot, boy. You got to see. That daggone cheeks and that daggone mic.
And they're off Primus, Slaughter, Alphonse, Alley, Southern, Tomlinson, and Gore. Ali and Slaughter doing better, but that looks like Latifa Ali of Coppin State in lane 5 to win it. Ali's time 24.08. Slaughter in at second at 24.30. Southern in at third at 24.39. Alphonse in at 24.66. Tomlinson in at 24.94. Gore in at 25.58. And Primus in at 26.55 as we go to Heat 2. Looks like there are 8 scheduled heats for the women's 200-meter run.
Are you good, man? Appreciate it, James. All right, James. All right. That's an antique girl. Antique. They got to be like, man, are you out here? Where they are you? I don't think so. No, nobody's in the block anyway. There ain't nobody there. I know, right? Yes, sir.
At this time, we need 5,000-meter runners participating. Please report to the clerk's tent. This is a first call. Actually, this is a call for all 5,000-meter participants. Please report to the clerk's tent, both men and women, at this time.
Got some antique runners. I mean, it looks good on camera. I bet you think the video is pretty good. With the rain and stuff, I bet you it looks cool. That looks cool, man. You got winch on. might be another heat of this too, man. You hear me? It might be another heat of this. Oh Lord. Let's get it, y'all. Okay.
And we're off. This is Heat 2. So that was actual, we combined section 2 and 3. So that was Peyton Russell of A&T, North Carolina A&T winning 24.83. Chambers of Alabama A&M will take second at 25.15, with Perry of North Carolina A&T in third at 25.24. As we'll move on actually to Heat 4. Again, 2 and 3 were combined, so this will be Heat 4.
And we combine heat 5, 6, 7.
So it looks like we'll have one more heat after this one as we've combined our latter heats. It will be Adams of A&T, Hewitt of Radford, Mingo of UNC Asheville, Daly of UMBC, Haney of UNC Asheville, and Testa of UNC Asheville in this heat. And it will be Haney of UNC Asheville to win it at 25.54. Hewitt of Radford will take second at 25.90, with Adams of North Carolina A&T in at third, 26.15. Next up will be the final heat. Madison of Alabama A&M. It'll be Sophia Madison of Alabama A&M, Janelle Heath of Monroe College, Savannah Wright of UMBC, Olivia Copwood of competing unattached, Angel Davis of Coppin State, Journey Coleman of UNC Asheville, and they're off. Final heat of the women's 200-meter dash. Olivia Copwood unattached. And it is Copwood to win at 25.35, with Wright of UMBC in its second at 25.70, with Coleman of UNC Asheville in the third, 26.98. And we're about underway for the men's 200-meter dash. It'll be heat 1. Martin Awusu Atwee, unattached. Brandon Naya of North Carolina A&T. Abayi Apunyi of Coppin State. The 3 competitors. And that looks like a lane 4. Martin Awunsu Atwi in at 21.08. Abayi Apunai in at 21.50 with Brandon Naya in at 3rd. Up, it'll be Jalen Anderson of UNC Asheville, Malcolm Kroom McFadden of North Carolina A&T, Adrian Holly of Morgan State, and Kendall Turner of North Carolina A&T. And that looks like Kroom McFadden of North Carolina A&T in lane 4. His time, 21.67. Turner of A&T in at 2nd at 22.01, with Anderson of UNC Asheville taking 3rd, 22.36. Holly of Morgan State in at 4th at 23.13 as we go to our next heat. Be Knox Roy Wright of St. Augustine, Cameron Burgess unattached, Jaden Burke of UMBC, Samuel Crawford of Roanoke. And we are underway. Next heat of the men's 200 meter dash. We need all women's 5,000 meter participants. Please report to the clerk's check-in at this time. Wright, Burgess, Burke, and Crawford. That looks like Wright in lane 2. And it'll be Wright to win it, 21.88. Burke in at second at 22.16. Crawford in at 22.30. And Burgess in at 22.72. We'll move on to our next heat of the men's 200 meter dash. It will be Rice and Riddick of UNC Asheville, Akin Williams of UNC Asheville, and Donald Weekly of Alabama A&M. And we're off. Riddick, Williams, Weekly. Weekly of Alabama A&M with Williams coming up. And it will be Williams of UNC Asheville. Williams this time 22.31 with Weekly in at 22.51. Riddick in at 23.24. So about underway, this will be the last heat of the men's 200-meter dash. Harold McKenzie, Adams, Bowens, Adegboyo, Graham, Jones, and Joseph. And we're all final heat of the men's 200-meter dash. Full heat as they come down. Looks like that's Bowens. Agdeboyo as they come to the line. And it looks like it will be Ali Bowens of Morgan State to win it 22.48. Ajealua Adegboyo from UMBC taking second, 22.55. Graham of Alabama A&M in the third at 23.15. That'll be your top three in the final heat of the men's 200-meter dash. On the track, this is the women's 5,000-meter run. Looks like a full section will sort out the athletes as they come around. Lindsey Yentz of East Carolina leading. Yentz, your Cabbage, and Woots, your top three. Your cabbage. So your cabbage from East Carolina, Woots from SCAD Savannah. That's your top two there going down the back straightaway if you're trying to identify them. Your cabbage wearing hip number 6, Woots wearing hip number 3. Your cabbage, Woots coming down the front straightaway. They'll have 5 laps remaining. Woots, excuse me, still Yorkovich of East Carolina. Woots of SCAD Savannah. Actually, that is Woots of SCAD Savannah. She's going down the back straightaway wearing hip number 3. We need all men's 5,000 meter runners. They should be at the starting line. All men's 5,000 meter runners should be at the starting line. We're at Bell Lap. And your winner coming down the home straightaway now, Lemmy Woots of SCAD Savannah. Her time, 16:51.32. Abby Yorkovich of East Carolina in at second, 17:10.70. Ashley Jones of High Point will take third, 17:14.58. So that'll round out your top 3 for the women's 5,000 meter run. And on the track, it is the men's 5,000 meter run. And just been informed this is the final running event of the day. We do not have any men or women's 4x4, so this will be our final running event of the day. Enoch Kimutai of Monroe College, your leader, wearing hip number 1, coming down the front straightaway, leading early in this men's 5,000 meter run. It looks like Philip Sherwin of High Point in second. And it looks like Reagan Kimtai of North Carolina A&T in third. Kimutai from Monroe College, once he comes through, he'll have 4 laps to go. He is your leader wearing hip number 1 in the blue trimmed in yellow, crossing the start-finish line right now if you're trying to identify him. Kimutai coming to Bell Lap. Enoch Kimutai from Monroe College will finish up. He'll win the men's 5,000 meter run. His time 14:53.82. Morris Kimball of North Carolina A&T in second, 15:17.05. And Philip Sherwin of High Point will take third, 15:28.88.
Listen to y'all all this time. Hey, dude is he's either Kimitai, he's either from East, he's either from Kenya or from Tanzania. Maybe so.
And we want to thank everybody for coming out to the 2021 Aggie Classic. We had some inclement weather, but some great runs today, so we appreciate the teams sticking in there during this heavy rain. We also want to thank the officials and A&T staff for help putting this meet on. Again, thank you for coming. Hope everybody has safe travels to their destination. Have a good evening.
Yeah, it's from Kenya. Kimitai is from Kenya. Yeah. All right, it's a wrap.